in the city?
That was the last song you heard on the radio.
That's one band I can't stand. Journey?
That's a great song. Guy from Kisses. What's his name? 76 today.
Oh.
And they're putting together another album.
Because he needs more money.
Yeah.
It's good work if you can get it.
All right, going live.
Thank you. Good morning. We're going to call the August 25th regular council meeting to order. And we're going to start off with our open microphone, and we've got 2 people registered. So we'll start with Rhonda Watt, please. Oh, perfect. Just make sure the mic is on and you're speaking right into it.
There. Can you hear me? Thank you, Mayor Tyler and Council, for proclaiming August 31st Overdose Awareness Day. I am here with Emily from FCSS to share with you and the City of Wetaskiwin that we are holding our 4th annual Overdose Awareness event. As many people know, I'm a mom who lost my son Eric to an accidental overdose on November 1st, 2017. It's very important for our community to come together and reflect and grieve the many losses within Wetaskiwin and area to all the toxic substances. We need to reduce the stigma while raising awareness of the crisis we are in. My son Eric grew up in Wetaskiwin. He was only 19 years old, starting his life when a fatal mistake of taking a substance ended his. He is only one of very many in our community lost to this overdose crisis. As a member of Mums Stop the Harm, we are an area network of Canadian families all impacted by substance-related harms and deaths. 52,500 people in Canada have died to toxic substances in just the past 10 years. In Alberta, between 2016 to 2020, 8,252 people have died to unintentional substance poisoning. This community has seen many overdose deaths, leaving many local families devastated and grieving their family members and friends. This event not only allows these community members to come together, gathering without stigma to grieve, but allows all the community to come together. We can learn about the toxic drug crisis while hearing stories of loss and triumphs over addiction. While we can also learn as a community how to help, or as an individual, with things like our naloxone training. I hope to see the mayor and council attend as leaders within our community, reminding attendees that they are not alone in this crisis. Thanks.
So just to further elaborate on what Rhonda just explained, it's super unfortunate that the opioid crisis is something that even impacts our little home here in Wetaskiwin. So FCSS, we're hosting our 4th annual Candlelight Vigil this Thursday at Diamond Jubilee Park. We have our opening prayer and community smudge at 6:30 with the general programming commencing at 7. We have a wonderful array of speakers that will share both personal and organizational perspectives on the opioid crisis, as well as some community partners to share some local resources. hopefully we'll see you guys there. We can certainly understand and appreciate that your time is valuable, but we would like to extend this formal invitation to our event if you are able to make it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Looking for approval of the agenda. Anything to add from administration? One of you guys has to
sorry,
make a
yeah.
motion.
I approve the regular council meeting agenda as presented.
Moved by Councillor Aberle. Those in favor? Carried. Adoption of the minutes from the regular council meeting minutes of July 28th. Councillor Blatz.
Move that council adopts the regular council meeting minutes from July 28, 2025 as presented.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Any errors or omissions? Those in favor? Carried. Consent agenda. Councillor Nielsen.
I would like to pull the following items from consent agenda, please. 5.1, Council Action Task Summary. Item 9.2, Enforcement Services Semi-Annual Report. And 9.4, Quarterly Financial Report.
All right, well, I'm gonna go make us some breakfast now.
And that wasn't me being a ventriloquist.
Breakfast is the most important meal of the day. If you're going to get breakfast. All right. Those in favor of lifting those? Carried. So we're needing a motion to accept the consent agenda as presented or amended. So as amended.
Moved.
Councillor Nielsen. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Did you lift 9.1 or 9.2? Or sorry, 5.1?
Sorry, I've got to go back and look. I lifted 5.1, 9.2, and 9.4.
Mr. Mayor, we
Yeah.
have, it's 6.1 in the agenda.
Perfect. So we'll go to 6.1, Council Action Task Summary. Go ahead, Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. You're just throwing me right off here. And nothing specific about the action task summary per se. But what I noticed is that throughout the document, there's a number of items where we have a anticipated due date, and we have a number of items there that we did not hit the due date. And to me, that just leaves it open for another 6 months, not knowing when any of these items are really targeted to be completed. And I think it's important that if in fact we don't hit our due date on the project, even though we have an explanation as to why we have not met the date, I think it's important that we set a second date, a revised date, saying we didn't hit this date, we're now anticipating that council will see this completed on such and such a date. So I do have a motion, which I've shared with the Secretary with regard to providing direction. And that motion is, I move that council directs administration to establish and report on the council action task summary a new due date when an original due date is not met.
Moved by Councillor Nielsen. Any discussion? Those in favor? Carried.
If I may continue?
Yep.
Additionally, there were some questions presented to administration by email earlier this week about how items get added to both the council action task summary versus capital projects. And we have, and I know the capital projects are reported to us verbally throughout the course of the year, but I also believe that just as we have the council action task summary that shows how we are progressing against council motions on actions and activities, I'd like to see a formal process put in place similar to council action task summary to deal with capital projects. So I do have a second motion, which I provided. I move that council directs administration to develop a process for tracking and reporting on capital projects that includes the following: tendering dates, tender awarding dates, work commencement date, and work completed target dates. That would allow us, if it's reported, I'm picking a number hypothetically, quarterly, to see how we're progressing on all of those items related to capital projects and not rely on oral reports.
When is that coming back?
I'm sorry?
When would you like that? So it need a date on it for,
I would turn to Sue and say timeline.
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, do you just want me to update the city manager report? Because I've got the capital and operating updates in there, so do you just want me to add those columns to that monthly report?
I would like, I'm going to go down a different path, I think, here, Sue. I would like to see that we get these at least quarterly. I know sometimes you report on them more regularly than quarterly, but I would like to see a process put in place where we can track these things. And if the process you think that you've just explained meets the intent of the motion, I'm okay with that.
go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. I too have concerns of how we document these capital projects. I like the idea of what we have here in CATS, and it's captured and it's public. And I think that it's important that we have the ability to be able to track capital projects as well. So I'd be in full favor of some format that is similar to this for capital projects.
Anything further? Those in favor? Carried.
Thank you.
Are you going to move the council action tax summary?
I would so do.
Thank you. Any
So
further
do.
discussion on that? Yeah, go ahead. No. Those in favor? Carried. Delegations 8.1 will welcome Inspector Spans in the RCMP Q1 2025-2026 quarterly update.
Okay, good morning, everybody.
Morning.
All right, I'm not sure if we have the PowerPoint available. Excellent. Okay, so this morning I'll go over our first quarter report, I guess, for the city of Wetaskiwin. So today we'll touch base on our annual performance plan, some crime trends, and then we'll touch a little bit on the last year's, the 2024 Crime Severity Index results, which you may have all seen already, but I'll go into a little bit of detail with that respect. So community engagement is our first priority on our annual performance plan, and I think it's definitely not my doing, but the work of our community policing members, the 3 of them, they've knocked it out of the park this year. Quite a few different initiatives. The main one was the Navigation Center, Pop-Up Navigation Center, which I'll touch on shortly here, but also the success of our Youth Safety Council, working with the schools to get some of the youth involved in some community safety initiatives, but also once again bringing our community barbecue. The helicopter is always a big draw. It's like sending out the bat signal, and it brings people forward, which is a great, great opportunity there. Our members did focus this year. We haven't done it here yet in the city, but we did a few rural town halls to get some rural perspective on some crime and kind of trends throughout the community. I took the opportunity to just, throw a few photos in there of some of the different events that our guys took part in, but definitely very well received. That team's working their butts off and really making some great community connections. So crime reduction is our next priority. Crime reduction is it's an initiative owned, like I said before, by our crime reduction unit. That's our plainclothes guys, focusing on emerging crime trends, prolific offenders, and more recently, a dedicated effort looking at fentanyl. So since about February, March, fentanyl has been their primary focus, largely due to the numbers of overdoses within the city, but also the fact that the fentanyl trade and the drug trade is really driving a lot of the crime that's driving, that's, I guess, increasing our crime severity index, stuff like petty thefts, break-and enters, et cetera. And we'll see that in the stats a little later on, where that's, I guess, affecting the stats. So the crime reduction unit, like I said, with the focus on fentanyl, since January, they've seized, and actually even more so now, but since January, they seized 702.5 grams of fentanyl, which is equivalent to approximately about $24,000 worth of fentanyl. I can't understate how much fentanyl that is. I think I included some photos on the next slide. It doesn't really do it justice. It is a lot of very potent, highly toxic drugs, and they've done tremendous work taking them off the street. When I prepared this report, there was a total of 38 different individuals being arrested for fentanyl-related trafficking, with a total of 90 charges now before the courts for the fentanyl. And then 6 weapons seized. Quite typically, we'll find weapons along with fentanyl. Guns, makeshift guns, knives, etc. So I just want to highlight one particular file, and this all started from one of our uniform members working, just kind of paying attention to one of our hotspots locally within the city, and they saw what they believed was a suspicious transaction taking place. They alerted our crime reduction unit, and they did some surveillance. They went all over the place, frankly, but they did some surveillance, which ultimately led to a search warrant being conducted in Thorsby, and we seized 141 grams of fentanyl, bit of meth, and then 1.5 grams of cocaine, as well as 2 firearms. And those are the pictures that are highlighted on this particular screen. Again, what this file does is highlights the concerted effort that we've taken as a detachment to get not just our plainclothes guys, but our uniform members alerted to those hotspots to try to drive our crime down. And we are seeing some success. 2 individuals in that case were charged, and I can say we did another search warrant at that house too, so they didn't learn their lesson, so there's more drugs seized again. So, yeah. Another file that our crime reduction unit and our plainclothes general investigative section took on this quarter was a fatal hit-and-run collision on Highway 13 just on the outskirts of town. There was a pedestrian kind of in the middle of the night was hit, and the image up on the screen there is a suspect vehicle, and that was released on social media, regular media, etc. And almost immediately we received tips as far away as Montana, United States, and we were able to identify a suspect, and subsequently charges have been laid for dangerous driving causing death in that case. That took about 2 months to bring that whole file to fruition, but I'm hopeful we'll have a successful prosecution with all the work being done by the by the GIS and crew members. And I thought it was important today just to highlight the work that those crew and GIS members have been doing, largely because it's making our community safer, but these are positions that were created, again, through those grant funds, and this is the kind of work we're able to do when we have the extra funding. So again, just so it's on the record, the loss of the 4 positions, this is where it bites into, is the ability and freedom to do this kind of work. And that'll go into the next one. So the next piece is community safety. And this is that proactive reducing victimization. And this is where I want to highlight, and I see FCSS is still there. I don't want to take the glory away from them, but they're tremendous partners in this initiative. So again, the City of Wetaskiwin, the RCMP, and FCSS were the kind of 3 legs of the community safety wellbeing strategy adopted by the city. And one area we wanted to focus on was reducing barriers for some of our more vulnerable or housebound people within the community. So I partnered up our community safety or community policing members with Edmonton Police. We went to the Navigation Center, joined up with the help team in Edmonton. And after that, we kind of learned that maybe we could implement a pop-up navigation center here, which we did. So on June 25th, with the help, tremendous work of Emily at FCSS, we set up this navigation center, we called it, at the Salvation Army building, with 25 or so different providers were present. And overall, it's like a one-stop shop for people in need. So you could go there almost like a trade show, I guess. If you think you need something, you don't know it exists until you go there and see the table, and that's where you can make some connections. So a total of 117 individuals were provided services. Now the biggest win for us, and this was the draw bringing people in, was the ability to get driver's licenses and IDs, primarily because that's a major barrier to accessing services, is lack of ID. So 28 individuals received identification through Service Alberta, and there was people left on the table as well. They just didn't have the capacity or time to be able to process as many. And there's a big thank you to the province of Alberta for stepping up, really at the 11th hour, making that work for us. So I'm happy to say there's ongoing discussions with Service Alberta, red tape reduction, mental health and addictions, and the housing ministries to bring this initiative to other communities. And just while I was waiting here, checking a couple of emails, it looks like the province, particular Minister Nixon's shop has really grabbed a hold of this, and they'll manage it moving forward. And the next navigation center will be modeling off the Wetaskiwin model in Peace River to see what they can do there. When that's done, then we'll move elsewhere. So great work by everyone involved in that case, and hopefully it's a model moving forward across the province. Also in our community safety piece, and Mayor Gandam, you were involved in this meeting too, but I just wanted to highlight our flexibility and willingness to work with various businesses who are impacted across the city. We had one major business reach out to us because they had noticed a pretty significant uptick in crime, not just cutting fences and stolen property, but their employees were getting harassed and they felt unsafe. So we had a good meeting with them, and what I did at the end of the day is set them up with our crime reduction unit. We worked on CEPTED principles and kind of worked on a plan to utilize their cameras and find a way to reduce crime that way. And so far it's been successful. We haven't noticed an increase, so it's good. Our last priority is employee wellness, and again, this year our focus is more on bringing in training for our members to give them more tools on their belt, so to speak. So we brought in gang enforcement training, undercover operations training. We brought in a commercial vehicle enforcement officer to give some idea on that legislation, financial literacy training, and I didn't put it on here, but actually brought in, I believe it was, Fortis, Alberta came in, just talked about line safety. So when we go to a collision scene and the power lines are down, what do we do? Who do we call? How far away do we have to be? Because sometimes we do have a tendency to just run in blindly, which often puts our members at danger. So it was kind of cool. Brought in actual metal toys and touched them to live wires and made sparks and fire. It was a good time. The members definitely enjoyed it. I will say too, part of our employee wellness is members like to see not necessarily the light at the end of the tunnel, but members like change. So members want to transfer out to units, different places. We got members coming in and going. So we have 3 or 4 members leaving Wetaskiwin, but we have 3 or 4 members arriving. We haven't seen them 2 are here, 1 just started today, and then we have 2 more in September, including a recruit from Depot, which is great, and an experienced police officer from the Ontario Police Service. So lots of work happening in the background to bring members in to fill some of our vacancies, which helps with the employee wellness and burnout. I'll go quickly into crime trends here. Now, there's a lot of red on that page, unfortunately, but overall, we're seeing some success, but in Q1, we have seen a bit of an uptick in some of our property-related crimes there. Robberies, break-and-enters are down now, but I'll show you in the graph there. It's cautiously optimistic. Robberies and theft under $5,000 is really driving our increased crime rate. So we've seen, compared to this time last year, a 9% increase in our crime. So break-and-enters are, they're down overall, down 25% overall, but as you can see here, going into June, we've started to spike, and that's your, I guess, typical summer. We have more people out at all hours of the night when the weather's favorable. So I'm not sure what the June numbers are going to look like just yet. I haven't received them, but I'm anticipating that trend to go up. So like I said, we're down overall, but you can see we're trending upwards in the last few weeks here, the last couple months. So what we're doing in that case, as always, we'll rely heavily on our crime reduction unit to focus on our hotspots and to get our uniformed members out doing some smart patrols that way. So theft under $5,000, this one, like I said, we're 26% increase, which is 58 more occurrences year over year at the same time. Correlation and causation, it's hard to say, but us and the city in particular have done tremendous work on this. The encampments are coming down at a far quicker rate now. We're operating under the premise that once camps get entrenched, it's really tough to take them down. So they're coming down quicker, which I believe is leading to more instances of shoplifting from places like Walmart and Canadian Tire, which could be driving our theft under $5,000. Again, correlation causation, because not every crime is reported, but just anecdotally working with the managers at those stores, it does look like there's at least some relationship there. And that's where we work with our businesses to try to solidify or harden those places. So, like I like to touch on family violence here real quick. We are seeing a 5% increase year over year. That's a difference of about 30, hold on, my math is bad there. It's a difference of about 15 to 20 occurrences. Now, like I've said this in the past, there's no real pattern to domestic violence. So it's really difficult to focus on specific months. We don't have a lot of repeat victims right now. So a lot of new instances or one-off instances of domestic violence. But again, it's not all physical violence. Some of it is online harassment, bullying, that sort of thing too. Triangulation, where it could be a new boyfriend and an old boyfriend are fighting, still is considered domestic violence, that sort of thing. So, but still no pattern, so it's hard to do any proactive efforts to reduce it. That being said, I didn't put it in here, but Emily from FCSS received a letter of support. I don't want to steal Emily's thunder, but there's trying to get some funding for a gender-based violence position or initiatives. So we're fully supportive of that from the RCMP. Where we could use that for domestic violence is an ability to point our victims somewhere other than victim services, because victim services is very useful, but it helps through the court process. What else do we have where we can help break that cycle of violence? So maybe with a successful application there, we might be able to direct our victims elsewhere, and maybe we'll see a reduction in violence or family violence next year at this time. We'll see. Time will tell. Fingers crossed. So we'll see. I touched on prisoner counts last time I was here. It's just an interesting metric that's not overly reliable, but it tells a bit of a story, I think. So Since the Hope Mission opened, or when we had the rescue van, we saw a significant decrease in the housing of prisoners, largely because the Hope Mission was able to take on a lot of our intoxicated individuals or people who were just sheltering, say in bank vestibules, in front entranceways of buildings. The Hope Mission would go around and proactively scoop them up. So that took the burden off the RCMP, where we didn't have to house those people. Since the rescue van lost its funding, maybe about a year ago now, I've been taking a look at prisoner counts. So we are at about, compared to last year, 200 more prisoners than this time last year. And what's important here is that's the highest amount of prisoners at this time since 2021. And I guess you can draw a bit of a correlation there when the Hope Mission started up. But what this means is that the members are spending more time booking in and taking care of prisoners, and that's time in the office that they should be on the road. Now, it's important. We can't leave these people on the street. It's unsafe for them. It's unsafe at times for the community. So often jail is the only place we can go that's safe. But it does tie up our members significantly. So, like I said, 200 more than last year. We'll see if this trend continues, but that's just a bit of a glimpse on what we're looking at prisoner-wise. And lastly, this is the good news. I guess it's not up on this screen. This is, sorry, I submitted a different one. But anyway, Crime Severity Index is, Wetaskiwin has had, year over year, a 19.2% drop in the Crime Severity Index. So in 2023, our Crime Severity Index was 323.4. This year, I guess, so 2024, the newest one, we're down to 261.2. While it's still high, we are trending in the right direction for the third year in a row, which is incredibly promising, both for community safety, but for the city in general, the citizens. That being said, cautiously optimistic. We want to see this trend keep moving down. Alberta was 95.6 as a province for their score. So we're still, 2-3 times the provincial average, but we're moving in the right way. I'll take small wins. Stats Canada doesn't release their list of ranked communities anymore. That was just kind of a bad look for some communities. So I went through and kind of did my own. All of our comparable municipalities that Wetaskiwin was typically ranked with, we are well below them now. Where some continued up, others saw some reduction, but not as much as Wetaskiwin did. I would say we're no longer not in that top 6 like McLean's would say. We're well below, so we're trending the right way. In Alberta, for our community size, we're about number 3 or 4, but it's a very small pool, very, very small pool there. So, some of the drivers for crime severity, the lower CSI was definitely a result of fewer instances of mischief. Our assault and sexual assault instances also diminished quite a bit, and that was the driver. And all of this was in the face of, there were some pretty serious crimes last year, including a homicide, a few attempted murders, which really tend to spike your crime severity index. But our success in some of these other areas offset that enough where we saw 20% reduction. I don't have it up here, but interestingly enough, drug enforcement, so drug trafficking, ranks number 6 on our instances that drive our crime severity index, and it accounts for 6.3% of the CSI. Now, this is one of those, it's difficult because drug trafficking files, people don't call in drug trafficking, and that's not how they're solved. It's all proactive work. So this is one of those ones where if our members are out on the street doing police work and catching drug traffickers, it's inherently going to drive our CSI up a little bit. So we kind of step on our own feet there, but I'll take that as a success. So, and that's really all I've got today for the quarterly report. I will say very briefly as well, I can come back to council probably in November for budget, but I've got the multi-year financial plan submitted for council's consideration. I won't go into details because there's other people waiting to chat, but there's I'll be asking for some new positions, but we'll chat in November. So for consideration, we just need to submit it and get signatures. So, yeah.
Councillor Nielsen.
I move the council receives the Q1 2025-26 quarterly update as information, and I do have some questions.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much. First off, John, thanks very much for everything you and your staff do for our community. It is greatly appreciated for sure. You mentioned the navigation center or the navigation pop-up, I guess, and I had the great pleasure, I guess, of being there for a couple of hours during that time. And I want to comment that we had some really late additions to service groups coming in, and I know there was a lot of arm twisting by your office and Rick Wilson's office and FCSS office to get the number of participants, service providers there, and it was truly impressive. The other comment I would make is that my observation was those individuals who came in looking for information and or service were most respectful, most appreciative of the efforts. So kudos to how that was all set up. You mentioned about transfers of staff out. So as you train all your people to become way better at their jobs and they all leave to get way better jobs somewhere else, do they leave before replacements are in place, and what does that do to your capacity to do your job?
Yeah, through the chair, I have control over when the members can leave, so I try to make it so there's no gap, generally speaking. For example, we have one of our members is, I just approved his transfer on Friday. With anticipation, will be gone in 30 days, but I know 30 days from now we have another member coming in from the Two Hills detachment. So I try to time it out as much. It's a fine balance because you don't want to hold on to a member too long because everyone gets antsy when they want to move. Where we do lose some control is when a member is entitled to a cost move and they put their house on the market and it sells like that. Once they sell, I can't hold them back anymore. So we try to work it out with staffing so there's minimal gap there.
Okay, thank you. On your data, you've indicated assault is up 12%, 30 instances. From your perspective, are these targeted assaults or are they random assaults?
Through the chair, I would say, I don't have the stats on that, but just anecdotally I can say a lot of it is assaults being called in by kind of our street population, I guess. It's just kind of fighting in the camps, that sort of thing. So targeted, maybe not. They know each other.
No, and the reason I asked the question specifically, John, was you know, we hear as a council that people feel unsafe for the very reasons of being assaulted or all the rest of it. And I was just wondering if the track record is the average person wandering down the streets getting assaulted, or whether it's more they know of each other as opposed to...
Okay, I understand now. I think I can think of only one instance of a random assault. And I don't know what led to that one. It was kind of youths out at night. But generally speaking, by and large, it's known to each other and, I guess, you know, quote, targeted.
And we've had a number of service agencies in the community that are short-staffed and or have left the community. Are you seeing impact there?
Through the chair, I think it's too early to see, because I know there's a few programs got shut down. We haven't, that was only maybe a month and a half ago. I'll have to see what the stats play out over the rest of the summer.
See what the impact might be.
Yeah, see kind of what the long-term impact is. Where we do run into problems, though, is the one particular program that shut down will result in more mental health calls because there's no more ability for that community treatment. We'll have to see what the next quarterly stats look like. I haven't received those yet for the MHA calls.
Great. And then my last question, I guess, relates to community safety and well-being. And the city got pretty invested in the report and the paperwork that came out of it and the directions that were provided moving forward. And I know your office and FCSS and our own enforcement team here by law are all involved in that. Everybody's trying to make this work off the side of their desks. So given all of the recommendations were made in that report, how are we doing? Are we at a standstill, and are we making progress, or is it right now simply too hard for any one agency to manage this?
Through the chair, I think we are making progress. With FCSS, RCMP, and the city, kind of the three-headed dragon leading that charge. This is where we were able to get the pop-up navigation center, youth council, but these are just small steps because we are doing it kind of off the side of the desk. The inclusion of a navigator or a full-time position in whatever respect would, in my view, speed things up. We get more done in a shorter period of time, frankly, which is important in a city like this where, I think we have the ebbs and flows of crime. I will say too, and we've had some discussions with the province on this, but there's the new legislation, the Compassionate Care Intervention Act, which will give police, broadly speaking, give police the authority to apprehend somebody and, quote, force them into treatment if they are deemed necessary, right? And there's kind of some other pieces to that. Where a navigator could fit in, I think there will be a piece where communities need to help provide supports as well. So if somebody gets put into treatment and then returned to the community, who do they speak to? Where do we guide them? Is that something FCSS can handle? Is something the RCMP can? Is it the responsibility of the city? Nobody really knows. A navigator might be able to direct that traffic, or at least help with that.
Okay, so I just want to, what I hear you saying is we can make way more progress on community safety and well-being if we had a coordinator facilitating that for the three agencies that are involved, the city and yourself and FCSS.
In my view, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Bronco?
Thank you. John, thank you for a great work. A couple of questions. One, fentanyl, what was it last year? 750 grams.
I'll have to, through the chair, I'll have to ask on that. It wouldn't be anywhere near. 'Cause I won't lie, they weren't focused on fentanyl nearly as much as they are now.
Okay, and my other question, I think many years ago, when the city of Wetaskiwin had citizens on patrol. Do you see that as a way maybe for us to educate the citizens, maybe try to bring back a community where 4 or 5 citizens would go around and, I think we tried to do that, it didn't work. Maybe try to revise that back again. So it just eyes, like you say, eyes on the road, eyes on the community, and if something happens, to give you a call, which would release some of your staff. So maybe it's something we as a community, with FCS and you, city of Wetaskiwin, try to bring back that citizens on patrol. It's another eye in the sky, let me put it that way.
Through the chair, I 100% agree. For some background, the Citizens on Patrol tried to spark up about a year or so ago. At the end of the day, that board disbanded. The Alberta Citizens on Patrol Association kind of stepped in. It just wasn't working out. A new board is now formed, and I think there's about 3 volunteers who have started doing some patrols, but that's only 3 volunteers. Like, if people are interested in the COP program, there is a framework there. They could definitely use some support, both on the board and in volunteers, because you can only do so much with a handful of people.
Yes.
A tremendous amount of benefit if that organization is able to be self-sustained, arm's length from the RCMP. We would put them in our hotspots, not like dangerous hotspots, but like places where we have instances of fences getting cut, copper getting stolen, to alert us to people out and about at all hours of the night. Daytime too, as well. Probably our most common time stuff is stolen and crime happens is about 2 to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Great time to have them out and about. But like I said, the framework's there. We just need volunteers.
Thank you.
Councilor Blatz?
Thank you. Through the chair to Inspector Spans, my question had to do with fentanyl as well. I don't really have like a good concept of how much is a lot of fentanyl because I don't work in this. So when you say that there's 700 grams that was seized, is that a lot? Because in my head that sounds like a ton, but is that like kind of on par with any other seizures of fentanyl?
Through the chair, 700 grams is like, that is a lot of fentanyl. If somebody, generally speaking, if somebody's going to buy fentanyl, you're maybe buying a half a gram, maybe. So times that by 2 or 3, that's a lot of uses of fentanyl. And it's not, it's a bit hit and miss on the potency of what you're gonna get as well, which results in the overdoses, and fluctuating price, et cetera. But yeah, that is a lot of fentanyl. I would say for this area, geographically south of Edmonton, between Edmonton and Calgary, it's by far the most being seized anywhere.
Okay. In addition to that, for the trafficking, is it coming from residents of Wetaskiwin or is it coming from outside Wetaskiwin in the bigger city centers and then coming into Wetaskiwin?
Through the chair, it's a very good question. It's, so what we found, our crime reduction unit has kind of started to untangle a very broad web of drug trafficking that stems, to answer your question directly, it's not really coming from Wetaskiwin. Lots from rural Alberta. There's Edmonton, we said, yeah, Edmonton, Panoka, Thorsby, rural Wetaskiwin County, also within the city here as well, but it's everywhere, and it's very much a provincial problem, because if they're servicing Wetaskiwin, they're also servicing other communities all throughout. So our guys have done a lot of work, both at the Edmonton Police, our undercover unit, Edmonton Tactical Team, all this. And it's not just fentanyl too, like our guys were surveilling fentanyl and all of a sudden they come across 2 stolen vehicles and they're chasing 2 stolen vehicles. So there's this web of crime that they're having a lot of fun, I will say.
With that, do we have more overdoses related to fentanyl than ever before, would you say?
Through the chair, I don't have an answer for that because we didn't keep stats on the previous like overdose deaths. And we can only base it on the amount of Narcan that we're administering or naloxone shots, which have skyrocketed. There was one individual 2-3 weeks ago, she received 8 doses of Narcan in 1 week from us. So it's happening a lot, like we're going through quite a bit of Narcan.
Yeah, this was just, it's interesting to see this because I think it was a year ago where we were talking about what kind of issues we're seeing in Wetaskiwin, and a lot of it was related to alcohol, not to fentanyl or to drugs necessarily. And so seeing the skyrocket in the past year is definitely really concerning. Thank
100%.
you.
Councillor Billingsley?
Thank you. To the inspector through the chair. You talked about the CSI last year of 261 and change. We're starting to see some increases, as you said, a little bit of red for the first 6 months of 2025. Do you anticipate that continuing on through 2025?
Through the chair, I don't, it's hard to predict the future. I think we'll get a handle on it. I don't think we'll see a drastic increase. If it's an increase, it might be just kind of a small increase or leveled out, because we'll, once again, we started putting away some of our prolific offenders who are responsible for the break-and enters, that sort of thing. As it relates to the crime severity index, I think, knock wood, that we'll still see a decrease in the CSI because we haven't seen the massive increase in violent crime. So any lost ground, I guess you could say, on the property crime, break-and enters, mischiefs, any lost ground there, it's offset by the fact we're not seeing as many violent crimes.
And that was going to be my follow-up question is how will that affect from going from 261? Will that, I mean, that seems to be a measuring stick within our community as far as how people feel safe, whether it's a number as opposed to a feeling.
100%, yeah, absolutely. And I like to use the crime severity index as a barometer for our police work as well. I think we will see, unless something happens, I think we'll still see a decrease next year, simply because the violence isn't there as much as it was last year. Anything can happen, that being said, but violent crimes, just for awareness, violent crimes are weighted more than non-violent crimes, so we can offset.
So we talked about, or you talked about robbery and theft unders. So in your policing model then, is the RCMP agile in this? In other words, are resources reallocated to fix these particular problems, if that makes sense?
Yeah, through the chair, 100% they are, and that's the benefit of having our crime reduction unit. I personally lean on them very heavily, but that's our flexible unit right there. Right now they're focused on fentanyl, but they're alive to the fact that if all of a sudden we have a spree of armed robberies, they will be doing armed robberies until the problem's solved. That's the nice thing about having that crime reduction unit. It offers us that ability to be flexible, agile, and we can react to the emerging needs a lot quicker than if we didn't have them. Added to that, our uniform members, we've got some very active uniform members that love to get their nose in that too, so I can reallocate them as well for hotspots and that sort of thing.
Thank you.
Thank you. John, a question. A lot of fentanyl being used. It's got to be profitable, or there's a lot of money moving, and these people that use it, they got to access this kind of money.
Through the chair, that's funny, we had that discussion, myself and our sergeant that's running that project last week. It's not as profitable as it once was, and largely fentanyl used to be, hospital grade opioids, right? But now it's manufactured in homes for dirt cheap. So it's not that expensive, not as expensive as it used to be, which makes it now significantly more attainable for users, which is that's not good.
So when you catch these suppliers, you say you're putting a lot of them in jail, and it's a catch and release, or our system? I believe our system is collapsing in that aspect. We're not punishing these people.
Through the chair, I'll reserve comment on that for now, because none of them all of these 38 that we've charged, nobody's gone to trial yet. So we'll see. The courts are, because it's federally prosecuted, these drug ones, the courts, I'm told, are taking a firmer stance on fentanyl, just like in the past they did with heroin and the more potent drugs. So time will tell. Just nobody's gone to trial yet from this project. We'll
Thank
see.
you.
Anything further? Thank you very much for the report. Those in favor? Carried. Item 8.2, Urban Indigenous Advisory Board Delegation.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Cheyenne Saddleback. I'm from Samson Cree Nation, currently living in Wetaskiwin. I'm the chair of the Urban Indigenous Advisory Board, and I'm also sitting here with Jen Rain and Lucy Pierce, who are two other members of the UIAB, and we are supported by Connect Wetaskiwin. As you may know, Connect Wetaskiwin's mission is to bring people together around a common cause to promote residents taking action in positive ways. The UIAB is a group of 7 local Indigenous people who are invested in the future of Indigenous people in Wetaskiwin. Our goal is to help create and nurture opportunities for Indigenous community members to gather, share their experiences, culture, and wisdom from the perspective of life in Wetaskiwin. As residents become more engaged in the community, we hope to encourage the development of healthy relationships built on a foundation of respect and understanding between all residents. We are here today to request that any stop signs that need to be replaced in the future be replaced containing both English and Cree words for stop.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Rain. I'm a member of Samson Cree Nation. I grew up in Wetaskiwin. I went to the comp, and recently just moved back to town. Now a homeowner, getting involved in the community, and like I was a millennial, grew up in the 90s. There wasn't a lot of representation for us in Wetaskiwin. So there's been a lot of firsts. First time seeing Indigenous people on TV, first time having events actually include us outside of powwows, and the first time seeing Slavics on a municipal sign was in Wetaskiwin. So we're here to propose that the city take steps towards improving Indigenous belonging and ownership. And generally, we want to improve the cultural understanding of Wetaskiwin residents by adding Cree to the stop signs, and it would start in like school zones, so kids could see that representation in their town. It's small, but it's a good first step. And go ahead.
I'm Lucy. I'm a 16-year-old youth in our community. I'm Diddy Dot from the west coast of Vancouver Island, and have lived in Wetaskiwin most of my life, about 11 years. When I go to the island to visit family, there is Indigenous representation everywhere, and I feel like there's a place for me, even though I did not grow up there. I don't see that representation in Wetaskiwin, and even though I'm not Cree or from an Albertan band, I feel like seeing Indigenous culture represented shows a respect for the diversity of our community, including myself. Adding Cree to the stop signs, especially around schools, is one small way that Indigenous kids can feel like they belong here in Wetaskiwin. Not just in Musqueam, not just on the island. When you feel like you belong somewhere, you want to take care of it, and we need more people who want to take care of the land that we live
on. Cheyenne, only you. As an Indigenous person living away from my home community, a sense of belonging and an identity is important to me. The Cree language is closely connected to my identity. It has taken many years for me to adjust and navigate in a city where representation is still emerging. One detail I remember about living in Musqueam was the visible presence of Cree language, or Nehiawewin. When I see Cree on stop signs in Musqueam, it provides a sense of comfort and familiarity. Adding Nagi to these stop signs would be a meaningful step towards making Wetaskiwin feel more like home for Cree-speaking people living in Wetaskiwin. We have agreed that honoring and acknowledging the Indigenous language of this territory will be another big step on the path of truth and reconciliation. We have been in contact with the city manager about the cost to replace the signs. As ATS already has the template, there is no fee associated with replacing any sign. The template, it is $60 for each sign, and she feels that a reasonable amount of signs would be replaced for about $6,000. We are currently applying for all relevant grant opportunities to cover this amount. Our request from the city would be approval to go ahead with replacing the signs, to start the project on March 31st, 2026, in celebration of National Indigenous Languages Day, and have up to 100 signs replaced before June 21st, 2026, to align with National Indigenous Peoples Day. We would like a commitment from the city to replace any signs requiring replacement in the future with the template containing both Cree and English words for stop. And in the event that we cannot secure funding to cover the transition for the first 100 signs before March 2026 to cover related costs. We believe this is a small project with a large ROI. Open to any questions. Hi.
Councillor Blatz.
Thank you. I move that council accepts the presentation from Urban Indigenous Advisory Board and connect Wetaskiwin as information.
Moved
And
by
I have a
Councillor Blatz.
follow-up.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair to the board. This is amazing. I love the work that you guys are doing. I love the idea of the stop signs, having both languages on there. It really spoke to me when you were talking about having representation and how much representation matters. And it's actually a huge reason why I got started on council, was because I know representation matters. And so seeing that carry on in other parts of the city is so incredible, and it really speaks to my heart. So I thank you for the work that you're doing and bringing this forward to us. I really believe in this. But also, can you say the word one more time so that then people can start to hear it?
It's pronounced Nagi.
Nagi. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. We also have, we have a photo of the sign here. If you'd like to
perfect.
see, we can just pass it around.
Go ahead, Councillor Billingsley.
I think I'll wait and discuss it if the motion is brought forward.
Councillor Eberly.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam, through the chair to the Urban Indigenous Advisory Board. Thank you for making me proud again to live in this community. And I do have a question. As you know, with one of your grants, with my other job, I wrote a letter of support for this. When you were going through that, can you speak just a little bit more for us, please, as to why you chose the schools? And I think having Lucy here is the great example as to why we would start with school zones, because that was really what I was focusing on when I wrote the letter of support.
Thank you. We chose the school zones because in the 2021 census, 18% of local people are Indigenous, and that number is also likely to be lower due to self-reporting. Approximately 30% of school students in Wetaskiwin are Indigenous. And we also, in our research, we reviewed the Wetaskiwin Regional Public Schools education plan of 2024 to 2027, and they acknowledged that being culturally responsive to support students and their identity is a direct and impactful way for creating a sense of belonging.
Thank you.
Councillor Bronco.
Thank you. Beautiful idea, but what is you said 18%, is that the population of the Indigenous people in Wetaskiwin, taxpayers in Wetaskiwin?
According to the census, but likely to be lower.
So,
higher.
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 I like the idea, but I also don't like the idea because we have a lot of different cultures in our community. So I respect the stop sign, but if Wetaskiwin grows and we have more cultures coming in, different cultures, and they come to a presentation like yours, and they would like the Filipino has a large community in our city, and if they wanted to put something in Spanish, I agree what you guys are doing, but there is, to me, some alarm bells go off. I'm sorry, but you're going to get that feedback.
I understand.
Okay, it's better to talk up front. I just feel there's so many cultures in our community because it's a diverse community. How do I offend somebody and not offend another one?
If I may. We have discussed this and the possibility of this coming up from other community members. And we've looked at other surrounding communities like Beaumont. They also have French on their English stop sign. and it being, Wetaskiwin being close to the reserve and having a large population, we thought it would be a good opportunity to present you all with this. If you like.
Thank you. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As part of reconciliation, the City of Wetaskiwin chose to fly the Treaty 6 flag. We did change the entry signs to Cree-syllabics. Most of us have on our business cards Cree-syllabics as well. We have attended the powwows. We have invited Musqueam to come to our events in the city. We are on Treaty 6 land, and I think we need to acknowledge that. I would support this for the simple fact that the number of people who come to Wetaskiwin to shop, to use our library, to go to the museum, do the different activities in our community, we are well supported by the community of Musqueam, and so I appreciate what you've said and what you're proposing. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Butts.
Thank you. Just to build off of what Bill was saying, I think it's important to not compare First Nations people to other cultures, because First Nations people were the first people of Canada, and so their language is also a part of Canada. So it's different than having any other culture put their words on a sign, which they can come forward and say that they want that as well. But the Canadian government tried to commit a genocide against the First Nations people and our Indigenous peoples as a whole. And so there are reparations that need to come from that, and this is a part of that. This is part of a municipality's way of helping with reconciliation about the things that we have done in the past to these people, and so that's why this is different than a different culture coming in and asking for that. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to add, Wetaskiwin is a Cree word, so I think it's significant that we honor that as well. Thank you.
Thank you to both. Just as a little aside, in the recommendation of calls to action for municipalities, 45.3 is renew or establish treaty relationships based on principles of mutual recognition, mutual respect, and shared responsibility for maintaining those relationships in the future. And Councillor Elliott brought up a good point of the relationship has been established, and it's just about continuing on for the first people who helped build the city that we share.
So for administration to take direction from council, would you need a motion from this, or would this be something that we would discuss during budget deliberations?
Through the chair to council, in speaking with the group, we feel that a motion of council would solidify this into our future operations. There is no cost difference, so it's just getting the buy-in from council, and then we'll work that into our process.
Okay. Go ahead.
I'm not sure I heard you right, Sue, on the end. You said there's no cost differential, but we're talking about replacing 100 signs almost immediately.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Nielsen. So there was two parts to the request. The first part, they are applying for a grant to be able to replace 100 signs. The second part of that request was, as signs are damaged or need to be replaced, that we would replace them with these signs.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Motion on the floor is to accept as information. Those in favor? Carried. Up to you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. I move that, help me with the wording. I move that the city replaces current stop signs, is in favor of replacing stop signs
Will direct administration to replace the stop
Thank
signs
you.
as needed.
What he said. I move council directs administration to replace stop signs with English and Cree as needed. That was the first one, right? Yeah.
Moved by Councillor Aberley. Any discussion? Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you, through the chair. That was going to be my question during the presentation. There is two parts to this. So what we're speaking of here has nothing to do with the grant. This is replacing signs that may or do need to be replaced. This has nothing to do with the potential of a grant.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yep. Councillor Bronco.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, how many stop signs do we replace a year?
Through the chair to Councillor Bronco, I'd have to take that as a formal information request. I'm not sure on the exact number.
Because if we are replacing that are damaged, does that mean with this, as they're damaged? So if we only damage 2 signs a year, we replace 2 signs a year?
Correct.
And my other question is, should this not maybe, to prevent heat, maybe have go through our citizens? Because we know we're going to have heat. Let's be realistic, okay? I respect what you're doing. You also got to respect those who are against it or in favor. It's going to go both ways. But should we not have a time to hear from both sides? I'm trying to look for the word. No, I don't want a plebiscite. This is too much money for a plebiscite. But opinions of our community. I think before we go ahead, we need to also listen to the taxpayers on this aspect. Just a question.
Anything further? Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Aberley.
Through the chair to Councillor Bronco, thank you. I think that part of being leaders of this community and making these decisions is, it's not that I disregard the opinions of our residents and those who pay taxes either through ownership or rent. I think we look forward to something that we would like to see in this community, and we are able to do that as leaders to direct. We didn't do a plebiscite to put the syllabics on our signs, to put them on our cards, that this is an area of Cree, the first known language we know that was spoken in this area. Those are the words that are coming up, and it's just respecting our place and our land. And again, I would be open to other groups coming to me and explaining why they would like their native tongue on any signage as well. Thank you.
Anything further? Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much. We've pulled 9.2 from the consent agenda, Enforcement Services 2025 Semi-Annual Report.
Before we go, just a follow-up on this. We talked about the grant. The grant. Do we need to direct administrate? Like, I'm a little curious about the grant.
Just make sure your mic's on. I don't know if I can hear you.
Yeah. So I'm a little curious about the grant. So who is? Do we need to direct administration on the grant, or are they applying for the grant? And we haven't said, even if a grant is obtained, that we will change those signs. We're only going to be doing the defacing. So when do we take a look at the second portion of this?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, I've been in contact with the group, and as the grant goes in, if they get approval, then we would be coming back to approach council to see if you would support that. It's a little bit of chicken and egg when it comes to grants because there's deadlines. And they first wanted to see if council supported this initiative. By allowing us to replace them, it sends a message that the ones that are damaged, it sends a message that council is open to this. We could bring them back before the grant closes if you want to get.
No, myself personally, that's perfect. Is once we know that the money is in place, then from there, then a decision could be made. Thank you.
Councilor Bronco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, to the administration. So if they get the grants and they want to replace 6,000 by March the 21st, are those signs by March 21st going to be replaced, only the ones that are damaged, or the ones all around the schools are going to be replaced? Because we just approved to change to Cree if the signs are damaged. And so if there's no signs damaged in the schools by March 2026, does that mean we go, or they, because they have the grant, are they replacing all the signs around the school?
No, Councillor Billingsley had just asked the question, so it'll come back to council on whether or not we're going to approve those signs being changed in the school zones.
Okay.
And the timeline was between March and June, not before March.
Okay.
So it'll be coming back to council for that direction.
Thank you.
Anything further? Okay, 9.2, Enforcement Services. Welcome.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. It's Matt Nicholas, Manager of Enforcement Services. I wanted to bring a media report to Mayor and Council. For 2025, just looking at our stats from our department, as we've added 2 new peace officers this calendar year. So I just compared the stats. I just came on last year in 2024. So I compared the stats for the first 6 months of 2024 to the first 6 months of 2025, just with some of the work we're doing in the community. The purpose is to update council and the public, review the changes in the department overall, and some data and stat analysis of where we're heading right now. So the biggest changes, obviously, we added the 2 new community peace officers. The last peace officer is currently in training and should be up and fully trained and able to go in November of this year. The other peace officer has finished training a few months ago and is effectively patrolling on their own. The ATE legislation shut down the photo radar program in the city. So we have seen some more complaints of traffic, speeding, different things on the main roads. So part of the focus is having some of these new peace officers who have traffic authority to patrol, do more speeding, traffic enforcement. We also changed the community standards bylaw and amended it this last summer here to change some of the standards around slightly entitled yards as well as loitering. We also have a new dispatching contract, and we are fully implemented now on our body-worn camera system, which is the same one that the sheriffs are using and the RCMP are using, and it's very effective so far. So the occurrence reports, these are our main files, investigative files. So from 2024 to 2025, in the first 6 months, we've increased by 31%. So we're having more investigations, more files. But the big number I'd like to draw to is the officer observed ones. That's our proactive. That's when officers are not waiting for a phone call or a service tracker online complaint to come in. This is them self-initiating files. So to go from around 14% to 25%, so a quarter of their work is proactive. The impact that we'll see in the community on this is, like I said, we're not waiting for a phone call. We're out there, we're looking for things, we're starting investigations, we're seeing something and we're acting on it. So I think that's a huge increase for our community. The next one, daily events. So that's our proactive stuff, where we go to areas and do patrols, where we interact with people proactively. And we've had a dramatic increase in this. A lot of that has to do with direction for the south side, having the 2 new officers down there on more than a daily basis, checking in on people, having those public interactions, and just being in the area. That also includes like checking on businesses and checking on even schools, school patrols, all those kind of items. One of our service levels is to have officers on shift 351 out of 365 days a year. So that's every day except for stat holidays. Last year around 90%, just because there's sick days and injuries or holidays, vacations. And this year with increased staff, we're over 98% there. So we're definitely close to reaching that goal of being on the road 351 out of 365 days. So that means that complaints are dealt with in a faster, timely manner. It means that RCMP can get assistance for if they find dogs or something loose. We have someone on shift, which is good. One of our biggest, I guess, increases service levels is we revamped our positive ticket program. So in the past, we had a budget allocated and we would purchase the positive tickets ourselves and hand them out to community members. This year, we went and asked for community partnerships. So we have some really great community partners, excuse me, including like McDonald's, Boston Pizza, the racetrack, 7-Eleven, and one of the pizza places, sorry. And we rewarded them with a photo op, a full page ad in the Pipestone flyer. And as a result, we've taken those positive tickets. We've had more than we've ever had, and it allows us to go out in the community, talk with youth, kids, even adults, and give out these kind of tickets and have a positive interaction. The impact of that is a lot of times when they see officers, police officers, bylaw officers, they might be pulled over or someone's going to their home to talk to them about their dogs or something like that. This is the proactive piece where it's a positive interaction, where we're talking with the community, we're opening dialogue, we're helping youth, not always seen as the enforcement people, but seen as the community engagement kind of people. So the officers are very excited about this, they enjoy it, and we've taken this off of the lead of the officers and put it on the lead of administration. So myself and our admin for our group, we're the ones who organize it, mostly our administrator, and she loves this stuff, and she goes out and she finds these events and she books it, and she even prepares the positive tickets, and it takes some workload off the officers so they can still be out there doing more stuff, and the officers can come in and go to it. So we're very excited about this one, and it's been our most public piece. The next one, just some photos of those events. So the top left is our bike rodeo. So we haven't done a bike rodeo in many years. We partnered up with the RCMP, and there was Canadian Tire that we had in the parking lot. So free event, kids can come, they could get their bike checked and serviced. We had a few bells and whistles and different things for the bikes so we can make sure that they're roadworthy. The bottom left are 2 of the newspaper ads that we had out for McDonald's and for Boston Pizza. And then the top right is the raceway, and then the bottom right is one of our public open houses with our bylaw unit. So there the officer was a bylaw officer demonstrating the cat traps and different things that we use for animal control, just so public has that piece where they can ask those questions informally without having to come to the RCMP station or call us directly, and has that chance for open communication. The next one for public disorder and public safety. Those 4 photos are just this year, a few of them. So the weapons we seized off the encampments in different areas. So the officers are proactively going to the encampment areas. As you see on the left, 433 patrols. So that's in those hotspot areas. So more than on a daily occurrence, we're down there, where we're not waiting for calls. These are proactive incidents. And while the officers are down there, they're creating, or they have created this year, in June, almost 170 files where they're investigating stuff that they've seen and observed, and almost 200 of those proactive events where they're talking with people, maybe giving a courtesy ride, in hot weather to the shelter or doing something like that. But those are real weapons that we're getting off the street, out in the encampments, off that Southside area. And that's just a small portion. I could have filled a few pages with this. as early as last week, we cleared out encampments again in the south side, and we had several more weapons seized. So the inspector mentioned it previously, we're not allowing encampments to get entrenched as they were in the past. So we're cleaning them up as proactive as we can, working with RCMP and Public Works and going in there, as well as the property owners, because we don't want like full houses and stuff like that, as we know violence and can kind of stem from those being in the community. When it comes to unsightly and untidy properties, so we've increased our community standard files from 213 to 310. That means we've spoken to almost 100 more property owners around the city about, you know, coming up to our minimum standards in the community. And then the nuisance files are the ones that we've taken action on, actual properties. So those are like your long grass, your unsightly yards, your derelict properties that we had to board up. So we're seeing more and more, we're talking to more of those properties and property owners and taking action on them. The cleanups, there's only been 4 at the end of June. We have had a significant increase in July, and that's just the base of processing the files and when things are coming to. So we are cleaning up the properties. We do have, with the new bylaw in place last year, different sanctions against the property owners that are not taking care of their property. And it's not just with the community standards bylaw, but it's also with our taxation system now, right? With derelict properties. So we're kind of focusing on punishing the ones that aren't taking care of their properties, aren't doing anything with them, and trying to get them up to our minimum standard in the community. Violation tickets and warnings. So I kind of mentioned this with the increase of peace officers and reduction of our AT program. The officers are out with the red and blue lights, stopping more people, giving more tickets in general. So it's increased from around 122 tickets to 323 tickets. Our newest peace officer enjoys a lot of traffic enforcement, and so it's a good thing. We're getting complaints like along the main roads like Highway 13 and our 56th Street, among others, of speeding. And so it is good to send some officers out there to do some radar and LiDAR ops and some stop sign operations to make sure everyone's safe in the city. And then we've also on the backside increased our warnings. So sometimes when you pull over someone for speeding, they might not have current registration or might have their seatbelt off. So you might give 1 or 2 tickets and might also have a chance to give a warning. So we have seen an increase in warnings as well. And that's all for now. Any questions?
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. I move the council receives the Enforcement Services 2025 semi-annual report as information.
Moved by Councillor Nielsen. Go ahead.
Thank you. So the reason I pulled this particular item from consent agenda, thank you, was that when I read the report, it gave me a bunch of numbers that said we're doing more. There's more of everything. And so I had a chance to talk to Matt before we met, and I said, so doing more, is that the goal? Like, what are the measurables? What is the impact your department is having on the community, aside from we're out doing 10 more of these or 500 more of these? How do I, as a councillor, know that the money's being well spent, that there's actual activities happening that have impact in our community? And I think the presentation I just received, I heard a lot of what I was looking for in terms of what was the impact, whether it's talking to more and more residents and driving nuisance property into compliance and so forth. So I got through the presentation more of the impact than the numbers, and I appreciate that very much. And I guess the other thing, and I'm not looking for it right now, but as the person in charge of enforcement services, do you then, as you see your department operating in the community, do you see yourself setting new and different goals, or do you wait for council to establish new and different goals? Because I guess I'm thinking you're in a far better position to say, here's where we need to spend more time, as opposed to waiting for us to say we'd like to spend more time in certain areas. So do you, as you take this data in, do you start thinking about the next round. And just as Inspector Spans was saying, well, we're going to target this, or we're going to shift and move more attention here and there. So is that part of the process, Matt?
Chair to the council, yes, that is part of the process. That is my job, is to look at trends and what's going on in the city and put our enforcement in the best place possible to the best work for the city. With this, and I apologize if it's too stat driven, definitely it's the first report of its I've done, so I'm definitely wanting some feedback on what Mayor and Council wants to see, and I want to proactively bring these reports forward instead of waiting for an issue to arise and pop up. So, but to answer your question, yes, the more we can accomplish, we're hitting our major goals that are already preset by Council, the more freedom that the officers can have to do different projects. So, for example, the bike rodeo, that's not on any list to do. That was shut down or not viable for a couple years now. And my first question is, why aren't we doing this, right? One thing we have coming up next month is training for child seat inspections. We've never done that here in this community, and I don't know why. So I'm changing that. And that will be reported on afterwards, where we can actually train all of our officers to be child seat inspectors and then offer that out to the public to come and get their child seat inspected. So there are things that I'm working on. My first objective is to meet our goals that we already have preset, and then the second objective would be proactive and bring in initiatives.
Great. Thank you very much. I'm very good with the response.
Councilor Bronco, then Councilor Billingsley.
Thank you, Tyler. Matt, our tickets, we have 2024, let's say 2025, 323 tickets issued. What's the successful percentage of, you pay tickets, so it's obviously a fine. What's the percentage of that, of collecting the ticket fine? So are we 50-50, 75, 25?
Yeah, Chair to the Councilor. So bylaw tickets and provincial tickets have different payment methods. So bylaw tickets, if they don't get paid, a provincial ticket can be written. Provincial tickets, for the most part, we go to very few trials. I would say less than 5% of tickets issued end up in a trial, which means either the tickets go through and someone doesn't pay them and they get like convicted in absence, or they pay them, or the odd ticket might get quashed or withdrawn for an administrative error, which is, once again, relatively low. So most of our tickets, majority are getting paid. Some people will not pay a ticket and it goes on their registries, so when they go to renew their license or a vehicle, then they have to pay it. So some of the fine revenue does take, it could take a year or a couple of years sometimes to obtain it, but it is in our system to eventually
collect. So
yeah.
Those 323 tickets, we're going to collect 90% of that funding back. Could take years. Could take years.
The province takes, I believe, 60%.
Well, I understand that, but I mean, that's not the percentage of what they get or don't get.
Sorry.
What's the percentage of success on those tickets that you written?
I can definitely research and get the exact number, but I would say it's quite high.
Pretty high?
Yeah.
Thank you. That's all. You don't have, because if it's pretty low, it gives us the idea why have a ticket and not pay for it, you know? So, but thank you. I don't need, you said high, so I can live with that. Thank you.
Councilor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair to Matt. The picture at the city open house kind of tweaked my interest, and you showed a picture of the cat trap. So a few years ago, Enforcement Services had a real problem with animal control, whether it was time and or money. Where are we at with that now, like as far as resources needed and costs?
So the animal contract is a larger contract. For cats itself, cats that are found stray or brought into the shelter, only about 7% are reclaimed by owners, and less than 50% of dogs. So what happens is any animal comes to the shelter, If they're not a purebred or not have any identification, they're held for a minimum of 3 days, which is a provincial standard. So there is a cost per day to house the animal. If the owner comes, they pay that fee off, and then they can reclaim their animal. If there is no one that claims the animals after 3 days, excuse me, they get, I guess, turned over to the shelter after 3 days, and there is a fee to that, and then the shelter takes care of adoption out or anything after that.
Okay, more so what I'm wondering is, oh boy, this is going back a few years, that there seemed to be a problem as far as resources for animal control, that it took a good chunk of the officer's time, which then is the community's money as well. And I'm just wondering, has that been addressed? Is it still a problem in the sense of commitment from your department for this issue?
Chair to the councillor, I think that it can definitely improve. Like, it does take a bit of time. When it comes to cats, we don't actively chase cats. We send out the traps. The traps are free, so someone has to come to the attachment. They can get the trap for a couple of weeks, and then they bring the animal to the shelter. If they're unable physically or unable to do it, we can arrange a pickup for the trap to give it to the shelter. So most of the times, the officer's not dealing with the cat itself. Once it gets to the shelter, the contract, the staff there deal with the housing and the feeding and that of the animals. So when it comes to cats, very low on the officer's end. Dogs, it's a lot of times we're out there trying to catch the dog. So if they're at large, we do have officers out there trying to obtain them. Obviously, dogs, they can bite, and there's different public safety issues with it, so that's why we ensure that there's officer coverage for that. Same thing, once they're in the shelter staff contract does take care of it. And then with dogs, with anything with our licensing, dogs barking complaint, defecation complaints, dogs running at large, we do have to investigate all those. I don't have the exact stats on animal files in front of me, but I can always try and get what you're looking for.
I guess what I'm trying to understand was, it was a big problem a few years ago as far as time goes. And I guess a more direct question would be, do you spend a lot of time, of your time and or your staff's time, dealing with animal control? Process I'm not too worried about, but are you spending a lot of time?
Yeah, Chair, through the council, yes, we do. It is a big chunk of our time. Between the animal bylaw and the community standards bylaw, those are two biggest bylaws that we focus on with our two bylaw officers, and then the administration helps them out.
Thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair to Matt. Matt, just with regard to photo radar, we're not allowed to use photo radar anymore, but are we allowed to use photo radar in school zones and playground zones?
May answer to council. We currently, Wetaskiwin does not have a mobile photo radar program.
Okay, but it is allowed. It is permitted through the government.
It can be through a lot more regulation than they had in the past.
Okay, thank you. Just two other things. The shift hours. What are the hours of the shifts of the peace officers?
The hour coverage or the exact?
Yeah, like
shift?
do they work 8 to 4 and then 4 till midnight? And do we have midnight shift? Do we have weekend shifts?
Yeah, everyone works 7 days a week on a rotating basis. The peace officers work from, the day shift starts at 6 a.m. and the evening shift works till midnight. And the bylaw officers, once again, start at 6 a.m. and their later shift ends at 9, just because we found there wasn't a lot of bylaw complaints in the late evening.
And do they work weekends as well?
Yeah, the only days they don't work is stat holidays.
Okay, thank you. And lastly, is our timing, our bylaws for nuisance properties effective enough. So if you give a warning to somebody that they need to get their property cleaned up, and you send them a note, and then they have, what, 30 days or something? I mean, it seems to me our process is really slow, and we can give 2 warnings and somebody can go the whole summer without cutting grass. I think I'm looking at the Memorial Center right now. It's getting a little long there, and we have a lot of traffic going to the Manluck Center, or Manluck Theater, and just other properties around the community. And it seems to me that you're being proactive and you send them letters, but then they have so much time to react, and it seems to be a slow process. Am I reading this wrong?
Well, Chair to the Council, the process timelines are actually set out in the Municipal Government Act, so it's something that we can't adjust. We do our notices already, we go down to the minimum timeline that we can. So if it's a hand-issued, person serviced issued Municipal Government Act order, we can go down to, for example, 2 weeks. But if it's something that's mailed out to an owner who doesn't live here in another community, we have to give them like 21 days, for example. So that's set out already in the MGA. So we're using those minimum timelines as we can.
So if you give them the 2 weeks or the 3 weeks, they have to react immediately, or do they get another? If I get a notice to clean my property, I have 2 weeks to do so? And if I don't have it done by the 14th day, the city can come in and clean that property up on the 15th day?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Nielsen.
I'm good, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to Matt, really it's just a comment about your new team. And I've seen them out and about, and they really are an asset to this community, and I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Anything further? Those in favor? Carried. We're going to take a 17-minute break.
17?
It's too hot out there, you gotta light.
Wow.
we're going to go into 9.4, monthly city manager report to council and the community.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I think that Councillor Nielsen meant 9.3. Did you mean the city manager one or the quarterly update?
A quarterly update.
Okay.
9.3 then.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Good morning, council.
Sorry, I just have a singular question.
Okay. Yeah, you don't have to present it. Go ahead.
So, my question, sorry, thank you, through the chair. My question is related to the investment balance portion of the report, where we have $4 million invested with Scotiabank. And I have to say, I got this question posed to me by a member of public who's been through the agenda and was looking for some clarification. So Scotiabank is no longer in our community. So the question came up is, why would we be investing in a banking institution that isn't in our community? And so I see $4 million with guaranteed investment certificates. So number one, why would we invest in a bank that isn't in our community? Secondly, what are the terms of these certificates? Like, how quickly can they be liquidated and redirected elsewhere?
To Councillor Nelson, the reason why we decided to go with Scotia is because they were giving us the highest interest rate. And we wanted to make sure that we get the most amount of interest for our money. That's why we went with them. So they actually have just recently become matured, which is why it will be transferred to CIBC. And then we are working with CIBC, Scotia, and RBC to figure out what the next highest interest rate is. And that's how we determine what short-term investment we put it in.
Okay. So if really we're looking after the residents' money, are we still considering the Scotiabank or not?
We will not be using Scotiabank for holding our active money, but we will be considering them if they do have a higher interest rate for investments.
Great, thank you. The question's been answered. Oh, sorry. My question's been answered.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. I wonder if we don't need to make a motion to this to accept the second quarter report, period ending June 30th, 2025 as information.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley.
Follow up through the chair to administration. Earlier last week, I had sent in a bunch of questions, and I did not receive any answers to those questions before today's meeting. I'm wondering if that could be either sent back to council or answered here.
To Councillor Billingsley. Sorry. Yes, I have received those questions, and then I did have the answers. I was just waiting to present it as part of this whole presentation. If you would like, I could just go through your question and answer them right now.
Sure.
Okay. So your first question was, we are showing a $779,000 over budget in taxation and grant in place. Where did this come from? Is there still more to come in? This is actually the FCSS grant. We don't budget for the revenue or the expense side of the FCSS grant because we're technically a flow-through. So you will see that there's equivalent overage in transfer to external parties under non-functional department, and that will be basically, it's coming in, it's coming out. Your second question was, expenditure is showing at 47% for salaries, wages, and benefits. Are these unfilled positions? So the answer is, this is because we're at 50% of the year as of end of June. Now, there will be some vacancies that will result in some savings, but it's currently difficult to know exactly how much we'll be saving by year end.
And I do have a follow-up then. That line, I don't have the exact numbers in front of us, but I believe throughout the year is $13 million is the total budgeted amount. So 47%, you're right, but 3% on the first 6 months would equate to potentially 6% for 12 months, and 6% of 13 million is a lot of money.
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, we are mostly staffed right now. We did have a few vacant positions earlier in the year, and we've got 1 or 2 right now, but I do not anticipate by the end of the year that we would have a 6%. I don't think it's going to be that much.
So going into budget almost next month, will this is this adjustment to this expense being looked at for 2026's budget?
Yes, so part of our budget process, we're comparing our org chart and all of our approved positions to the financials to make sure that it's accurate, and we would be looking at benefits and any of those sorts of changes to make sure that we're only budgeting for positions that we have approved.
So going into the 2026 budget, I should see a reduction from that $13 million then? Is that a fair?
Not necessarily. If there were vacant positions, we still have to budget for them fully, even if they're not filled.
And do we know how, are those vacant positions tracked as far as, are any of these positions haven't been filled in quite some time?
Yes, there was, if you look at the city manager's monthly reports, I mentioned a few, like the tax clerk we had to repost, the operations supervisor we reposted quite a few times. I think that took us 8 months to fill. So we are looking also on the recruitment side and seeing what we can do differently to try and get some of those positions filled quicker. Yeah, so we're definitely looking at it from both ends.
Thank you.
Would you like me to continue? Okay. So the next question you had was, why is only 31% of banking fees and charges being spent? Now, a lot of that is related to the interest on long-term debt, which will be accrued at year end for the number of days the loan was outstanding in the current year. As at end of June, the amount included reversal of the 2024 interest accrual, but it doesn't include the days accrued at the end of 2025 yet. So this is kind of like a time difference thing.
So to follow up on that then, are you anticipating 100% by the end of the year?
There might be like 1 or 2% not meeting budget because our banking fees has decreased a little bit, but pretty much 100%. Okay, so the next question you had is, what are provisions? So this is provision for tax loss and for bad debt. So any of the tax account that council has forgiven payment for, we still need to record expense for it. So that's what that is. You ask, what is the change in TCA of 7,215? This is the amount overspent on the motorized security gate and operational yard capital project, and anything that's over the amount that has been approved will need to be funded from taxes. So that's the only project that's gone over so far.
Sorry, gone over. So we spent $7,200 more than what was budgeted?
We spent 7,000 more than what we were budgeted for. Your next question was the Canada summer job. When is the deadline for 2026? The grant application will be open in November and close in December 2025, and we are fully going to try to get it. And your last question that I got was, what is the airport reserve contribution coming from? That is coming from annual transfer that council may approve from the operating budget and also from airport user fees. And then your question was, where does tie downs and fuel commission go? Any other source of revenue? Anything related to those are going to general surplus.
So it goes into general revenue, not back into the airport reserve?
Exactly.
Okay. My final question on there was the infrastructure reserve. How much per year are we setting aside at budget for? In other words, I know that for years it got built up to $1.5 million. Then a couple years ago, we had talked about increasing it by 2%. My question is, are we continually adding 2% to that, or are we only putting aside $1.5 million per year?
This year, we put aside 1.583300, which is about 2%.
So we are, every year, is that calculation automatically, or do we need to allocate that every year?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, council had directed us to increase it 1 year, and that's the new amount. It used to be 1.5 million, and it went up. But we need a direction of council each year to tell us either put surplus funds into that reserve or to start taxing more in order to build up that reserve. Administration does have plans to, in 2026, to bring back the infrastructure surcharge tax, which is this amount, and put in front of you all of the long-term master plans that we have to show you what we need to be investing into this account, but that won't happen until 2026.
Thank you. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just through to administration. When Councillor Nielsen was asking about the money being invested in different banks, can you not negotiate with banks and say, I'm getting 3.5% here, and can you match that? We've got $4 million that we'd like to invest with.
The way that, to Councillor
Elliott.
Sorry. Okay, so the way that we do is we actually talk to all three banks, and then they, actually we also talk to another investor, like a separate investment company, and they are the one that can go around shop for rates. Sometimes bank will match what you ask them, but like I'm just going with whatever's able to pay me the highest.
Okay, I just know, like with mortgages, you can shop around and get different rates. If you can express that, hey, I can get this at that bank, they're willing to negotiate rather than just accepting the numbers that they give us. So that's just, anyway, that's my thought. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
2% of $1.5 million is $30,000. So if we've got an extra 86 something, then there had to have been some additions to that. Anything further? Those in favor? Carried. Item 10, RCMP request waiving a recreation hall rental fee.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council. Zanette Frost from the Manager of Recreation. I am here on behalf of the RCMP to request the waiving of their rental fee for the regimental ball in May of 2026. They are hoping to increase their revenue and therefore provide additional funding to community groups in order to support and give back to the community through this waiving of the $1,029 and some change. That is my report. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Billingsley.
I move that City Council accepts the information as presented.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Any discussion? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just through to the city manager. Sue, do we give the co-op rec center, is that what, rec hall, rec center, does WCHS grad get it for free?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, we only have authority or authorization from council to give for free any facility up to $250 to a nonprofit. Anything over and above that would have to be approved by council, so no, we do not give any space away for free.
So the barn dance, the Longhorns, or any of those, they don't get them for free?
Correct. There may be modified rates based on agreements that we have with different organizations, but nobody gets it for free.
And those are long-term agreements that we have. This used to be a challenge for City Council because we were getting requests all the time for events exactly like this, and that's why the city went to a grant program. And so my feeling on this is that they can apply for a grant if the timeline hasn't run out, but other than that, I don't see approving this. Thank you.
If this doesn't get approved, will administration direct them to our community grant program?
Yes, we will.
Okay. Councillor Nielsen.
Well, I echo Councillor Elliott's sentiments. When you open the barn door, so to speak, then you're dealing with this on a daily, weekly, monthly basis. I guess through the chair, no, I don't even need to go there. So in the event that Councillor Billingsley's motion passes, what then happens with this request?
Nothing.
So do we get back to them and say, nothing's happened to your request, or?
Your fee waive was not approved by council.
Thank you.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair, and that's exactly it. The whole idea of this is not to have it political, that, as Councillor Elliott said, the grants and aids are in for these type of situations. At what point, I would say that probably a good chunk of the rentals of that facility would be nonprofit. We have costs, whether it's staffing, cleaning, maintenance, whatever. All those costs are associated to that building, and we're trying to recoup some of those costs. So I would not be in favor of this.
Go ahead.
So, to Councillor Billingsley then, so the intention of the motion to make it as information, how is that then different? Because if that passes, how does that make it different than simply dealing with this motion and not passing it?
There's no motion that has been made. Essentially, the way I see it is accepting this for information is thank you very much. No decision has been made. We are not prepared to offer a discount or free use of so said facility.
Then why wouldn't we just, in your mind, why wouldn't we just address the motion as it's put before us? What's different with your intention of making it information?
For me, it's, how can I put this without sounding, I don't want to deal with this. Like, to me, this is something that part of the reason why we have the community grants is to deal with situations. I'm not sure why this is coming to us, to be honest.
And I would suspect administration's been tasked and requested by the RCMP to bring it to us.
Then why isn't the RCMP here asking?
The outcome doesn't change. If it's accepted as information and there isn't a follow-up motion, the fees aren't being waived, so. And administration would then direct them to our grant program. Anything further? Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item 11, council
Thank you.
attendance reports. We have two. Sure.
Okay.
Do you want to make a motion?
I move that City Council accepts the council committee reports and attendance as information.
Moved by Councillor Elliott. Anything you'd like to highlight?
Sure. I'd just like to say that we've had a busy little while. We opened a number of restaurants, which all serve very good food. We've had two 50th anniversaries, Cobra Plumbing and McMahon. We had two festivals. We had the Art and Music Festival, and we had the Children's Day Festival. At the Children's Day Festival on Saturday, there were 200 bags to be the library and help me, Bill, what's Water, thank you. And Waterworks had put together some bags. There were 200 bags, and they were all given out. So there were a lot of little ones there. It was really quite a good day. And then we also had, Gabby's going to slap me for this because I don't know how to pronounce it, Matau Sakau tree planting, which you and I even planted some trees together, so that was really good. I think there were 2,500 trees planted that day, something like that, which was really good too. So I just think that there's been a lot of things happening. It continues to be a lot of things happening. Welcoming Week is coming up, and I would just like to say thank you to the organizing committee. If you've seen the printout of all the activities that are going to be available that week, it is amazing. And if somebody in Wetaskiwin says there's nothing to do, please look at that, because there's a whole week of activities, and the majority of them are free. So it's just a great way to welcome everybody back in September. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Billingsley, anything you'd like to highlight?
No, thank you.
Good. Those in favor? Carried. Need a motion to go into closed session, please. Councillor Blatz, those in favor? Carried. All right, welcome back. Looking for a motion to come out of closed session, please. Moved by Councillor Nielsen. Those in favor? Carried. We're going to break for lunch until 1:30. Welcome back from our lunch break. Moving into new business, I know we've got a couple of items coming out of closed session, and Councillor Bronco, you have one. So 15-1 for Councillor Bronco.
Actually, two, Mr. Mayor. One is 47th overlay, and the other one is just some information regarding City of Wetaskiwin and Graham Construction and the city in Aquitaria, how their operations, just to clarify some information.
And then go ahead, Councillor Nielsen.
And I have a question on Spray Park, play in Spray Park.
Administration.
We have two pleas, one for FCSS board members, and the other one related to a land disposition.
Perfect. Anything else? Did I hear something from you, Councillor Betts? No. Okay. So the first one, adding on the 47th overlay, those in favor. 15-2, looking for information on, I'm assuming, the wastewater treatment facility. Those in favor. Item 15-3 will be the spray park update. Those in favor. And 15-4 is on FCSS board members. Those in favor. And land deal. 15-5. Those in favor. Carried. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Bronco.
Thank you. Just the chair, I believe it goes to the engineering department. 47th overlay. We had we paved it, then we came back and we had that saw cutting, and I believe that was our underground testing of our lines. Or I'm just wondering if is there a way to prevent that from happening again, where maybe we do the, I'm not trying to tell you how to do your job, but survey it or x-ray it before we paved it, because it seems like we had to go replace a barrel, and also the cost and the cost of that, and how can we prevent that for future?
I think it's working. Okay, good. This is not a very good mic. Through the chair to council, yes, on 47th Avenue, we had an emergency repair that needed to be done for our underground. It was unexpected. I did send a council memo out back in, I think it was July, regarding that incident. But typically, what we do is we would do our underground inspections previous to any road paving, and then we would get those completed and then do the asphalt. This was an unfortunate circumstance in this case.
Thank you. Just
sorry, and he had inquired about the cost for it. So was there an additional cost that we incurred because of it being done afterwards, or was it something that could have been mitigated through the process?
Through the chair to council. So the cost associated with the repair was borne by Peace Hills Utilities because it was an underground issue. There was no tax impact or anything to the community. It was just a repair that Peace Hills had to do.
And so regardless of whether or not we did the resurfacing there, that work needed to be done. It just happened at the same time.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. And 15-2.
Yeah, my other question is, just from clarification, the contract between the City of Wetaskiwin and Graham Construction and the City of Wetaskiwin and Aquitaria, how their process financial work, what's the cost markup on that? And also, when we use a user pay fee, is there an excess amount of money from the user pays fee? I believe that's our policy, is you pay for what the user fee for repairs. The excess money, does that stay in Aquitaria for future sewers or underground service, or does that go into general revenue? I don't know if this is for information, request for information, or normal information that can come down to us later.
Through the chair to Councillor Bronco, the contracts are confidential, and any markups that the company has wouldn't be shown in a contract. It's just a unit price, and the agreements are actually between Peace Hills Utilities and Graham Construction and Peace Hills Utilities and Aquaterra. And we would never be privy to what their markup is. I mean, I have a general understanding of what I think contractors mark things up, but they certainly wouldn't share that with us.
Okay, and then, okay, I understand. But when we do City of Wetaskiwin and Aquaterra, there is profits made exceeding what we charge people. Does that stay into the program to repair our services, our underground sewer, or does that go, the access goes into general revenue?
I don't know what excess you're talking about. Excess
So
what?
if it costs us so much money and we charge, I'm just taking a number out of my head, 10% on top of that, but we made, let's say we made 25% on utility fees and everything, does that extra 15% go stay within Aquaterra for maintenance of the infrastructure, or does that go, access go into general revenue?
Aquaterra has a contract with Peace Hills Utilities that we pay. There is no excess. We pay them for services rendered. Peace Hills Utilities has a budget that does not have a surplus currently. But if there was a surplus, it would stay in Peace Hills Utilities reserve.
Thank you.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair, I just wanted to add, so Peace Hills Utilities every year does give a return on investment back to the city that does go into general revenue. I believe about $1 million.
Yeah, I think it was just under 900,000 this year.
So that's what I'm asking.
there is monies that are given from Peace Hills Utilities that does go into general revenue to offset taxation, I guess is the best way of describing it. But any of the other dollars that, because it is a for-profit company, I guess, that money then would be used and held for infrastructure projects or whatever needs to be done to fulfill the utility.
So, and that's, thank you for clarifying that. And that was what I was getting to. But you said it goes, if the investment we get, does that go into general revenue or does it stay in Peace Hills for reserve?
Both.
Well, the return on investment that the city gets from Peace Hills Utilities each year goes into general revenues to offset tax increase. The admin fee that the city gets from Peace Hills Utilities comes in to cover the staff time dedicated to Peace Hills Utilities. So there's two separate payments that come in.
Okay, so the unit rates that we charge our taxpayers includes the infrastructure cost, maintenance operation of Peace Hills.
Yes. It includes everything.
Through the utility bill, is that what you're saying? Yeah.
Yes. So if we put $900,000 into reserves.
General revenue.
General revenue, does that mean we are charging too much because we made that to go to general revenue?
Yes, but then we'd have to make that up through taxation. Because that money that comes in from Peace Hills Utilities goes into general revenue. Then that money, if as long as we spend what all things becoming equal, we'd have a $900,000 shortfall, and that would have to be made up by taxation.
Confusing, because if you have a $900,000 shortfall, we made $900,000. If we were balancing zero, there'd be no profit to go into general revenue.
Right, but then we're using that $900,000 from a transfer from Peace Hills into general revenue. That money's being spent on parks, roads, staffing costs.
I understand what you're saying.
So if that transfer wasn't made, we would either have to reduce our spending by $900,000 or tax by $900,000 more, one of the two, or a combination thereof.
Thank you.
So it's, yeah, 900,000 is about 5% of a tax increase. Or a tax decrease if you're taking the return on investment back.
I clearly understand, but I don't agree with it because we're overcharging. But I'm not going to go. We're not going to go there.
Do you have a motion that you're going to make? Like,
No,
that's why
no. I just wanted some information what we do with the excess of our investment from.
So all of this stuff gets talked about while we do our budget deliberations, while we do our rate review with Peace Hills Utilities, which is why we had a decrease with our utility rates of 12%. Over the last few years because of the grant funding we received from the province. So we started off with $12.9 million a few years ago, and last year we got another $4 million and then another $17.6 million. So for a total of about $35 million on a $53 million project. So right now, that's how we're able to reduce the utility rates by 12% over the last few years because of the grant funding that we've gotten from that. And we'll start to pay down our debenture on that project, but we have to work with it in terms of the penalty we get if we overpay on our loan.
Okay.
And so we have to work through that. So we're paying off as much as we can without taking on more of a penalty. And as we get closer to paying it down, we're able to pay off more of it where we can then reduce rates. So the whole project was about 67% paid for by the province, 68% paid for by the province, and which is why we're able to bring those rates down. Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair to Sue. Now, I heard Joe's question a little bit differently because he and I have been in debates from time to time on this topic. And the debate that maybe sparked this was a discussion about utilities should pay for utilities, and we were in those conversations years ago. And then I'm hearing the question: if utilities pays for utilities, we're making more, we're taking in more revenue than it's costing us to operate utilities. So utilities, I think the question he asked me is, are utilities subsidizing city operations? And if so, why? And is that what you're...
That's exactly what I was trying to get across.
Yeah. So through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, yes, and that's been a discussion that we've had since I've been here with council about what's the right balance. The standard, anybody that owns a utility, the standard is up to 8% of the revenue gets directed back as a dividend to the municipality or the owner. So we're not the only ones that own a utility, and most of them, and we follow as closely as possible the Energy and Utility Board Association guidelines, and so that's why we don't go over 8%. But right now, this utility that the city owns pays it 8% of their revenue every year in a dividend. And if you didn't have that, you would have to increase taxes. And so it's come down. If you remember when I first started, I think the ROI was like $1.5 million, and now it's based on simply 8% of the revenue.
And council sets that rate?
Yes, and I mean, we make recommendations not to go over 8. And
but council still sets that
yes.
rate. It's not something that Peace Hills or administration does on their own. Council is the one that decides that.
Correct.
Anything further, Councilor Bronco?
No, thank you.
Okay,
Thank you
so
for the
yeah,
information.
new business would be a motion, so looking for direction or looking for information.
No, I just wanted some information.
Yep.
Thank you.
15-3 Spray Park.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, we've been kept up to date reasonably well with regard to the status of the spray park, and I see that the playground area is in full swing, but there doesn't seem to be any activity at the actual spray area. And I know that when this was originally proposed to council, the goal or the hope was that in September, we might be able to turn the taps on for the first time. And where are we at with the spray portion? I know,
Sir, do you have a motion with this? Otherwise, this is a formal information request.
Well, I may have. I'm not right off the top, no.
So it should start off with a formal information request, and then if you have a motion that comes from that, then, but new business isn't for...
Okay, I'll make a motion then. I would like to move that council directs administration provide a full update on progress on the spray park that includes areas of concern, cost increases, and potential completion dates.
Could we get a date? Or is it by the next meeting?
Sure.
Good enough? Okay.
Yep, by next meeting.
Councillor Billingsley.
Did I say cost overruns? No. No, only in the communication we received previously, we got from administration that said they ran into some problems, they're not foreseeing additional costs, I don't think they said at that time. And I'm just wondering if that situation has changed.
Sorry, Councillor Nielsen, can you repeat what you wanted included in there, potential?
Oh, goodness gracious. Potential issues related to the project. Associated change in costs, if any, and potential completion dates. Thank you.
Kristen, the date, it's the September 8th meeting.
Moved by Councillor Nielsen. Any discussion? Councillor Bronco.
Thank you, Tyler. To Wayne, so to say extra cost, associated costs, we don't know because we gave them so much money. The only way associated extra costs would be if they exceed what we gave them, correct? Because they're still in their budget. So if they have $1 million and they have to repair whatever it does, if they exceed that, they don't have, if they're short on the money, then that would be, because we can't control a private identity, correct?
No, but I would respond to you, Councillor Bronco, by saying the motion simply says any associated change in cost, if there is any. So I'm simply asking, where are we at?
Okay, to the city or to the spray park organization? That's two identities, correct?
I don't know how to respond to that, Sue.
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen and Bronco, the city doesn't actually have a budget on this. Okay. The money that council set aside was for the spray park, so they're still managing the project. We're just, we're with them, we're working through the process to make sure that everything runs smoothly. So it's their budget still, yes. And we would have the discussion with them just to see where that's at.
Thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to administration, but what I hear you saying is that maybe when they contacted the people to supply the structures, they were quoted on this much, and now the cost of structures has gone up. or the cost of the base in the playground area was quoted. Is that what you're asking? Pardon me. Because
the crux of it for me is everything seems to have stalled on the actual spray park construction. The playground area is in full swing, and we as a city have contributed a significant amount of money to a project that, from all appearances, is now stalled. And I'm concerned what that stall means to the project for the community, and I'm concerned that if there are complications related to this, if there might be further financial implications down the road, either in the short term or long term, and I guess also if I'm simply asked by a member of the community, what's going on with the spray park, you're a major partner in this development, and I shrug my shoulders and say I have no idea, is during election time is probably not a really good idea.
We've also been given an update from Sue about the spray park and where they buried the old pool.
Yeah.
So we knew that we had issues there with that. And so administration has given us an update as to why there would be a stall in the project. So it's not like you're out there without information.
But do we know if there's going to be additional costs?
I don't know, but you just said that if somebody asked you why there was a stall with a project, you would shrug your shoulders. But you've been already given that information as to why there's a stall in the project.
To a degree, I've
and
been given some, for
administration was
sure.
going to
Yeah,
report
for some
back on that.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Councillor Billingsley.
I think there's two parts. That would be one of my concerns. My other concern is when this project is done, we assume responsibility for it. And with that responsibility comes operational costs, maintenance costs. Any deficiencies potentially will come back to haunt us if there are problems. And with the information we have received from administration to date relative to the old Abusafee Center and the fact there's no activity taking place, I'm sitting here saying, are we going to inherit a financial non-asset?
Does the city have oversight with the site preparation as we're going to be inheriting this project? We have a vested interest in this, so have we been monitoring the construction and making sure that it's built to city standards so that we don't inherit a problem down the road?
Through the chair to council, our engineering department has been a part of all of the weekly site meetings, dealing with the contractors and making sure that we've got the geotech people on site to make sure that when they're digging out all of this, whatever's going back in is something that is not going to become a maintenance problem for us in the future. And if council remembers, we did highlight from the very beginning that this pool could be an issue. We did talk to the spray park group as well about potentially flipping the playground in the spray park, and that was not the desired location by everybody, and so we anticipated that we were going to run into something. We just didn't know the extent of it, but we are definitely there making sure that it is engineered properly so that we're not taking over something that's going to fall apart.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to administration, am I correct that the up to $500,000 that we, 500, whatever I'm trying to say, yeah, it was 500,000, was not intended for the full project, it was intended for the accessible playground?
Through the chair to Councillor Aberley, yes, there were no conditions around the money other than to continue fundraising until the end of the year, but it was a backstop up to that amount for the accessible playground.
And the reason I asked that question is not, I'm all for the information. I'd love to know where we're at with it and have that come together and any problems they may be having. I'm just wondering if the associated change in cost, if that's reflecting, if the intention is for that to reflect because we've set up to X number of dollars and that may increase what we pay forward. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Not directly, no.
So, and I could be completely wrong. My understanding was that we were giving money not for the water part of the park, but for the equipment and et cetera, because they believed, or they had not believed, they had raised enough money, excuse me, they had raised the money for the actual spray park. And they didn't even ask us for money. They were just saying, we're not going to be able to do Part B because this is where our funding is at. And we went forward and said that we would give X number of dollars so we can complete Part B. So they could, not we, they could complete Part B, and it's in the end going to cost less. So if Part B is done and we just want to know what our money went to or how we supported that part, or is the question in the cost being, if they had to go over, is now that money being not taken out of, but being used not for the accessible playground, but going to be needed to be used for the spray park portion that was delayed because of construction issues?
See, and I'm not in the frame of mind that is really separating them the same way you are. So if you're accurate and we gave $500,000 towards the play space and have no money invested in the spray park, then my question still holds, because they had anticipated costs of X number of dollars for the spray park, and we were informed that they had enough money to complete that. We now have a situation where it's been reported to us that there's been some problems related to that site. There seems to be little to no action on that site. And thus the concern is, are they now short financially on the spray park because of what they're running into? And what we'll have is we'll have our investment, which is a $500,000 play space, and nothing happening with the spray park because of issues that have arisen unbeknownst to anybody.
Councilor Bronco.
Thank you. I share all of your guys's, but I understand when we gave them $500,000 was to the spray park community. They needed, I think, $1.3 million to complete the project. And on top of our donation, I believe we were supposed to supply engineering to design or service grades and everything for that. I believe that was, we were going to say that was an extra cost on top of the $500,000. And maybe that's what my colleague, Mr. Nielsen, is trying to ask. Are we going to have extra internal engineering costs to surveyor to dig that dirt out and replace it so they can have a good base. I think that's what his question is coming to. But I understood we were to look after the engineering and oversight of the spray park.
Through the chair to Councillor Bronco, we have been there during construction, and those hours that we spend helping through the process are in kind. But there is no money dedicated that's coming back to the city for engineering. I think the only internal cost that we have incurred on this project were, before the project started, we got 2 test holes done to try and see what material we would be dealing with. Of course, we hit the jackpot to the most beautiful spots that were in there, and we did not notice that, you know, this material was there. And then I believe we've done some more geotechnical work through our engineering consulting budget. Other than that, we have not put any money in outside of what the group has.
So, I think, if I'm getting correct, what Councilor Nielsen is saying is, are we going to look at more in-kind service to help them prepare that base for the spray park?
I think if, once we get through this, we're supposed to be hearing shortly what the solution is moving forward. We've thrown out a couple of different ideas, like recycled material and things that we actually have that we could, you know, cut back on costs instead of trucking in clay. Once they work through all of those details, if there's anything that council needs to be aware of, or there's going to be another request for money, we would absolutely give you the heads up before we went forward.
Anything further? Those in favor? Opposed? Okay. One more time. Those in favor? Opposed? Defeated. And FCSS Board, 15.4. Go ahead, Councillor Aberley.
Thank you. I move that council approves the Wetaskiwin FCSS board members Jennifer LaValle, new member with a term of October 7, 2025 until October 7, 2028, and Nancy Aikman, new member with a term of October 7, 2025 until October 7, 2028.
Moved by Councillor Aberley. Any discussion? Happy to have 2 new members working with the city. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. And 15.5, land. Go ahead, Councillor Aberley.
I move that council approve administration to begin the process of deeming the land surplus and accessing the land sales reserve to fund the land appraisal up to $5,000 as discussed in closed session, item number 1.
Moved by Councillor Aberley. Any discussion? Those in favor? Carried. And with that, we will adjourn the meeting at 14:04. Thank you very much.